Okay, what's up? It's getting on a little bit late, so let's just jump right into some battlegrounds on Diablo before they end. I was always curious about having just certain times of the day where you can do player versus player in this game, and kind of the reasoning behind that. I guess it kind of works for this concept, especially since doing PvP in this is really frustrating anyways, you know? It's probably best to just limit the amount that people can do, but I think it would be kind of cool to have it 24/7. I don't know if they have enough people to fulfill that or if that's the issue, but anyways. So imagine if I was playing like, a Call of Duty game and they made you like, I don't know, you only had 4 2-hour slots a day to play PvP. People would lose their mind. And well, considering that this is my first time streaming on YouTube, I imagine I should do a little quality check real quick. So let's see. Nice. Live on YouTube. Let's see. Make sure mic sounds good. Oh, I forgot my PvP setup. But that's all right. This setup keep me on the move, which can be pretty good. Should I still change anything up? I think it'll be all right. Here we go. So as frustrated as I've been with Diablo Immortal, when I keep, getting to see different news articles or people reacting to videos of, or, Blizzard news, I do seem to be getting more and more excited about Diablo 4. But it's definitely interesting to hear about their battle pass, their cash shop and all of that. But as far as how the game itself will operate, the story, world events, I haven't heard anything about PvP. I'm excited. I'm skeptical, but I'm excited. Which is good. I'm glad that this game hasn't completely tainted me from, a game title that I've just absolutely loved since Diablo 1. And I still remember day when I went over to my uncle's house, and I don't know how it came up, but he was like, yeah, probably was like, yo, you want to check something out? And then we got on his computer and he showed me Diablo 1 and I was just instantly hooked. I had no reference of the genre before, you know, it's the first action RPG. Is that right? Or is it isometric action? I don't know. But I had never played a game like it before, so nothing for me to complain about. It's just dark, eerie, mystical, and it was great. Just, you know, run around these dingy dungeons with skeletons popping up. Man, the first time that I saw, like, not even the boss, just like the chamber that the boss, the butcher, was in, I was just like, oh my lord, what is this? Like, it was all, I don't know, it was like, yeah, bloody with all, I don't know, with all kinds of creepy stuff in it. And man, as soon as you popped open that door, it seemed like the butcher just came flying at you. And perhaps just because I'm older, but I just, with those iterations of that boss, the butcher, in, you know, Diablo 2 and 3, just not the same. And it's crazy how they achieve that, you know, with like arguably, or, you know, less quality graphics and stuff like that. You know, he was relatively the same size as your character, maybe just a little bit bigger, you know, but nothing too crazy and fancy. And it was just like they let the eeriness of the scene in the dungeon, you know, add the effect that that was so great about that boss. And in these newer editions where, I don't know, he's like 4 times bigger or whatever, and it's with a little bit, let's be honest, just only a little bit more intense, you know, boss mechanics. And I don't know, just not as good in my opinion. And so when I think back on this stuff, I'm like, well, why, you know, why is that? How come all, you know, all the graphics and I would imagine the more money put into things like, well, I guess when I make this comparison, I'm really thinking a lot more about, or because Butcher wasn't in Diablo 2. So I'm really just comparing Diablo and Diablo 3, but yeah, Diablo 1 Butcher, way better, my humble opinion. Let's get healed up here. But, you know, maybe it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know, because I know like different little quality of life improvements have happened over the years. Like, I do admit you did move around pretty slowly from Diablo, and then you get a sprint in Diablo 2. And then it's been a minute since I played Diablo 3, but then I'm pretty sure you can move even faster. And you have more abilities readily available to you, to blink and teleport over the place and stuff like that. But I just really think that, like, that more slow walking pace from Diablo 1 just kind of added, I don't know, to the effect, making it a great game. But I don't know, maybe it's one of those things where it's like you just can't go back, you know. If if Diablo 4 came out and you moved as slow as your character in Diablo, it probably wouldn't be a good thing. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe some things aren't universal. Because I think of like side-scrolling Mario. It's brilliant. You don't really need to improve on much for that game to be good. Sure, you can make, Mario 64 and Mario Sunshine and on and on and on. Different, more 3D implementations. Those are great, but a totally new genre in my opinion. The side scrolling is still perfect. So yeah, I don't know. Just rambling at this point. And I'm sure that Diablo 4 will be pretty entertaining from the little blips of gameplay that I've seen. The abilities look really awesome. The movement looks dynamic AF, so should be good. Let's jump. Oh, let's go. I gotta go talk to the hilt.
Earned some hilts, have you? Well, you're in the right place.
It makes me laugh because when I like hear his voice and then I like see his face, I don't know, just adds up. And his little chuckle, like I think that's what it is, just the chuckle to his face.
Some hilts, have you? Well, you're in the right place.
well. Did I get everything today? I should probably start dumping all my sigils.
Well, Fred.
Sigils? Let's go sigils. That sounds better. Dude. Okay. 52 plus I'll have more after. But oh no. This happens to me all the time. It's like trying to click something else and then all of a sudden a party invite pops up right when I'm clicking. Go all the way to the right. So hopefully if I accidentally click anything, it'll be the accept button. Let's see real quick. Let's do a little bit of this. Contribute. So let's see. So other than the trifecta of Blizzard and Activision that I've currently been playing, which is Wrath of the Lich King, Modern Warfare 2 Beta, and Diablo Immortal, I've ever since the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard stuff, or recent stuff, has been going on, because I guess that's been going on for a while. I had some friends that were watching the live trial, and until they had said anything, I'd only really watched a few, or read a few, internet headlines. And to be perfectly blunt, whereas I totally question, mainstream media stuff typically, or, I hear what they have to say, but then I usually want to get kind of other perspectives or other opinions on whatever they might be saying. But when it comes to pop culture type stuff, you typically don't think about it that much. So the initial headlines that I'd seen usually had a picture of Johnny Depp, and he, I don't know, he just had like his hair put back in a ponytail, and then the suit. He's in court and stuff, and then I forget what the headline was exactly, but pretty much described the situation that or saying that he had DV'd, and maybe even worse, his wife at the time, Amber Heard. And I didn't follow either of them, so I had no idea. But just being, how do I put this? Like, I forgot to change my abilities again. Not putting much thought into it, which I think a lot of media outlets kind of depend on or anticipate when doing their headlines and stuff. I was just kind of like, went along with it. And I was like, oh man, I never thought JD would be the kind of person to do that, even though I know nothing about him. It's just like, but I gotta admit, when you have, like in court, he had his hair pulled back in a ponytail, like he looked like John Travolta from Pulp Fiction. You know what I'm saying? He looked like a hitman. And sometimes I go to this more simplistic side of my brain, so it was just kind of like, oh yeah, I could see that that hitman style ponytail. I guess I could see that happening without putting much thought into it. But ever since that moment, I've read a lot of different headlines and seen a lot of different YouTube videos on the subject, and it is very fascinating to see how that's developed. So one of the things I've been doing in my free time is just peering in on different opinions of that, and it seems like it's opened up to a lot of different stuff, and it's really interesting. But I think one of those main things that it's opened up to is this friction, this battle between people who give their opinions or information over YouTube versus the mainstream media. It does not seem like they like each other very much, and kind of the different ways they come at each other is it seems to get pretty ugly. And I think one of those, the major pop word within that I've been hearing recently it's doxing. It's like, whether it's one side saying, oh my god, these, well, really I guess both sides say it, but
Still waiting.
when I've heard different side stories,
Not time for that.
I hear different things where one side will be like, oh, these people dox me, and I guess the other side of the story would be like, oh, these people are trying to dox us. And it really just makes me want to dive into that word, in particular. And before playing Diablo Immortal today, I probably should have, because I don't know, I'm just rambling off the top of my head. But, I kind of want a better definition of doxing. But essentially, how I've seen it be described is it's where someone might have like a social media account or or a YouTube channel. For example, one of the YouTube channels that I saw that did a lot of content on this, JDAH, as they like to abbreviate their names, subject was TUG, which is the acronym for that umbrella guy. And so, from what I saw, he's a person that I don't want to. How did you describe that? It's not like he has like a stage character, but like, you know, presents himself in a particular way that isn't him in his personal life when doing his YouTube content. And so, yeah, so doxing would, which people have done to him allegedly or whatever, is to take a person's personal information and put it out there on the internet for other people to see. And so then this brings up the question, you know, it almost seems kind of like childish at first, where it's like, you know, maybe you're like an anonymous Twitter user or whatever, and then someone doxes you. They're like, oh, well, now I know your name. Ha 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 ha, your real name. But then it's also kind of like, well, and I know where you live and stuff like that. And it's like, well, that shouldn't really be so bad, right? But behind the whole doxing thing is this threat, right? It's this threat. And I don't think it's verbalized when people are like, I'm gonna dox you, or I've been doxed. But to me, there's an undeniable threat where it's like, well, now that I know your real name and, you know, like where you live and like, and know that you have kids or stuff like that, there's this threat that like, almost like this mobster like threat, like, you know, well, you wouldn't want anything to happen to them now that that information has been made public. And that's just that's just so, you know, that's so wild, you know, like, but then, and there just seems to be so many layers to this. And so it's like, so then on top of that, well, it's usually not, you know, if personality or someone doxes someone else, it's usually not that person that would do something harmful to the person that's been doxed, because that would just be silly, right? To do something so blatantly, you know, illegal or malicious or harmful like that. But so I think there's this other layer to this doxing where it's like, okay, so now that I've thrown your name out to the world and I've thrown out where you live into the world or the internet, it's with this implication that the wolves that support whatever side of the cause will take that information and do something harmful with it. So it's, I don't know, it's just a wild thing that between the controversy of like this defamation case and all the people who have taken a particular side to it, how I don't know how they're willing to create these conflicts that split off from there. You know, it's just wild, and so it's really interesting for me to follow. Especially since it's like, you know, I like how many people, just like average everyday people in the US, could be personally invested or affected by, you know, Johnny Depp, Amber Heard's, you know, marriage or something like that. But it seems like Yeah, a lot of people have said a lot of nasty thing, like just everyday people, everyday Twitter users, or YouTube, viewers, stuff like that have they take a side and they defend it, you know, really seriously. Okay, let's see. Jump and switch my loadout real quick. And then so I suppose a lot of those people are, well, excuse me. Or rather, I should say some of those people were, YouTubers who, did I get it? Probably just started off having a trivial fascination, just like I've had. But then in their search for the truth, let's say, uncovered a lot of different nitty gritty details to the whole thing. And so I think where one, kind of trivial conflict where it was like there was a relationship that wasn't working out between two movie stars and a split between them, I think where that started, it's led into something that means more to people. I don't know how to describe that more. I don't know if for people if it's like, well, it's like it's the truth. That's what like this is about, and this person's, either side, this person's, a liar and we can't have that, or this person misrepresented themselves and did some what do you call that, virtue signaling, and unrightfully so, and so that's not wrong and I can't allow that. Okay, I just want to equip this ring. Can we do that? No, you can't change equipment right now. Why not? I'm just standing here. Nothing ain't happening to me. Oh my god, I swear. This game sometimes is just the hottest garbage I've ever seen. And I think the true value of this game isn't getting to enjoy a franchise that I've loved for years and years, but really it's getting to complain about something. And there's a lot of things to complain about. So as I continue to ramble about this, just one little sliver of something I consider entertainment. It seems that, I don't know, a few of these subjects have opened up into, some issues that may actually really affect all of our everyday lives, or what's happening to us on an everyday basis, where it started out as just some gossip stuff, like, you know what I'm saying? Like you're standing in line in the grocery store and you see that Inquirer magazine or whatever, and it's got some crazy headline, and you're like, oh, that's so stupid, but it's like fun to read in the moment. But now imagine grabbing that magazine, opening it up, and then it leading to like a bunch of other stuff that turns out to be factually valid and that does affect your life. And what I mean by this is, as I've watched these streams, you know, it seems that I've seen, it seems like perfectly valid information or proof of mainstream media outlets taking sides, a particular side of a subject when they should be completely unbiased, in my opinion, while not doing like a lot of fact checking and background stuff like that. So I guess that's not something that should be completely new to anyone, but it starts off as just gossip, and then, you know, with them not fact checking stuff, which could seem harmless, you know, but then it's like, well, insert serious subject now, you know, like without you doing the work that you really should be doing, you know, to legitimize or to know that you're correct in the information that you present. You know, it seems like it could be, excuse me, really dangerous. And so, yeah, that, which, as I said, created this friction between this YouTube, or people who use the YouTube platform, and mainstream media outlets. And so since there's another platform that all these people bicker and argue between each other on, called Twitter or Instagram and stuff like that, all of a sudden it adds a whole nother layer to this conflict that just started as pop culture gossip, you know. And that is now this whole bot sentinel thing, where it's like, brings up the questions like, oh, well, like, you know, what analytical data or information is really being thrown around, you know, from business to business, company to company, as we use our everyday apps and stuff like that, that can be used against any particular person that they want to. And to be a little more specific, this was a video, or a couple of videos that I had watched that that had started about analyzing and talking about Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, and went on to now, yeah, people being harassed and doxxed, which was, one person was Nate the lawyer, and now conflict between, forgive me if I had his name wrong, it's Chris Boozy and his company, Bot Sentinel. And it's almost, I don't know, I want to say how they go at each other seems, it almost seems so trivial and childish, but it's not, because I don't know, it just it seems like it could definitely seriously affect personal lives of either person, and but the means of how they go about this, I don't know what to call it, this battle, which, and the battleground being fought on social media platforms and stuff like that is, it's wild. And I think it is something to keep an eye on, because I think it'll be one example, something that will be recorded into history, that will, you know, I think it'll be the first of many more, I guess, is what I'm trying to say here. And I wouldn't be surprised if the end result of, which I think what is happening is Nate the lawyer's pursuing Bot Sentinel, I wouldn't be surprised if this changes or defines how court systems or courtrooms treat a lot of other things that happen within the social media interfaces.
Still waiting.
Man, I'm getting crazy latency here. Oh, nice. That monk just disappeared. Oh. Well, what was that? 2 defeats, 1 victory. I'll take it. Almost to that legendary 1 rank. Get that XP. Now, move on to yeah, let's see what gotta go run some dungeons now. King's Breach, Tomb of Fahir, and Forgotten Tower. Let's start with Tomb. Go switch my skills back. Equip this. It's still silly that. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. It's still silly I couldn't equip that in the battleground. Oh, wait. How about first I'll overwrite this so I can get that ring in there. Activate this. This dumb ring on again. Overwrite. Yeah, I don't know if I should try and restart or there's just nothing I can do.
Looking for something in particular? Come back if you need something. If you've got the gold, I've got the goods.
Oh, I'm going to be disconnected.
Nothing
Oh,
interests you? Well, maybe next time.
Hey there. It's good to see you. Be safe, all right?
Oh, what did I type that I can't use? Franchise was. Play it and it's like, and that response always rubs me the wrong way. It's like, oh yeah, it's a franchise I've been following since I was younger. Oh, they made a bad version of it. Well, I guess it's time to, just throw it all in the trash, never come back to it. All right, well, I should get so wrapped up in this conversation. Kind of, should I? Oh, is it still? Yeah, it's still laggy AF. Um. Restart real quick. Well, it still seems a bit laggy. Well, it still seems a bit laggy. Oh, Whoops. Well, I think I'll just drop the...
Not ready yet.
There we go. Seems to be better. I cut off the stream to Twitch, so now it's just on YouTube. And let's move forward. Okay. Let's see if we can find some more people here. Try not to get wrapped up in this conversation and immortal chat right now. But yeah. And now it went from, you know, trash game is trash to, what was the response to that? Then why play it? And that person was like, well, because I have a badass phone, so like, you know, I just want to test it out. Which I think is kind of a silly response, because like I said, it's a franchise it's pretty awesome, has been awesome in the past, and has, in my opinion, kind of degraded as they, I don't know, as they work to implement more modern facets of gaming trends into it, which as we can now see is, you know, cash shops and battle passes and so on. You know, it's like, I'm sure if they could have, when making Diablo 1, they probably would have done that, but I'm
happy to help.
Really happy they didn't, because I think it would have taken away from what I felt was a really awesome experience. But anyways, so yeah, goes from trash game is trash, then why play it? Oh, because I have a cool phone. And then it's like another person's like, well, this game isn't even, like, look at streamers, it's not even popular among streamers using, I don't know, that as fodder for, you know, either side of the debate. And then, oh yeah, the response to that was someone was like,
The elements are at my command.
that turned into someone saying, you know, the day I care about what a streamer has to say about video games is the day I stop playing video games. Which is silly too, because it's like, okay, so, you know, you're just gonna put someone in a box and just be like, you know, you're a streamer, you're nothing else, you're not a human being, you're not someone who's had life experience or something like that, you know. You're just a bot to the streaming algorithm. So I just would have rephrased what that person might have said to, you know, the day I care about other people's opinions is whatever. About video games is the day I quit playing video games. It's so easy to just label people and
A foul
consider them
magic lingers within these
one
halls.
singular thing.
If the
When I think we
centerpiece
all
is still
know
near,
that, you know,
it lies
no
in
one
the
is just
deepest
one paradigm of
recesses this
something.
tomb. No problem is
All right.
unsolvable,
Let's
including
roll
you.
out. It seems so human to want to, when arguing about something or talking about something, to just boil it down to the most simplistic way you can to, you know, try to satisfy your point of view or your side of an argument or something, when, you know, 100% of the time nothing is ever as
Still waiting.
simple as, you know, as you make it out to be.
I can't carry anymore.
Man, I'm just ranting it up today.
Healed. I can't carry that.
Let's try and delete some of these gray items. Need some medieval elevator music. Okay, I won't do that anymore.
I'm afraid it's not time.
Whoa. This elevator's got one hell of a cockroach problem.
I need energy. Wondrous.
Scepter is the master's. Only he is the shaper of the curse.
enough energy.
Oh man, that still reading chat. I'm sorry that I have my webcam over and you can't see it, but something someone said just sounds so it's not. I'm not supposed to say that word on YouTube, am I? The R word that ends with an ist, but it sounded real R and ending with an ist, but it's perfectly innocent. But I wonder if any true racist ever said the same thing. Oh, I said the word. Oh no. And what that was
My bags are full.
grab this loot real quick. Let's see here, you'll be able to see it now, but I wonder if any truists have ever also said the same thing as this person. Did I go too far? Yeah, so I wonder if any people in the WotLK or whatever is that, this was their reasoning. It's free, fun, and I have a clan to do stuff with. Why not? Well, I can tell you why not. Okay, just kidding. I'm not going to go there. But I'm going to run back to town.
What can I do for you? Most appreciated.
Let's do MKB now. We Yeah, so what else have I been doing for entertainment? I swear that JDAH stuff started with the trial videos and split into so many different things. Lawyers, behavior analysts, pop culture stuff. It's just like, it's wild. But in addition to that, like watching what's that? There's the YouTube stuff with that Tom Segura and Christina Pazitsky. Hopefully I didn't butcher her name. And I don't know. Sometimes the stuff they talk about is just silly, but sometimes they have
A new ally joins the
really
fight.
interesting guests. And I forget this gentleman's name. I could probably go look it up real quick, actually. Let's see if I can. What was the last video of theirs I watched? Yeah, it was Your Mom's House podcast with, it just says Google AI engineer. What's this dude's name?
So
Do 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 do. Ooh, I don't know how to say his last name. Blake Lemoyne? I'm gonna guess, but it's really fascinating. Because he worked with artificial intelligence at Google and claimed, or I mean, I believe him, said that pretty much like there's a software that writes more software, and essentially it considers itself sentient, which I think is like, I don't know. I guess we all kind of knew that we were gonna get to this point. At least I thought I did, but yeah, it's fascinating to see it happen just because of so many, concepts of this that I've seen, throughout, like movie and television and comic book history. I think one of my favorite iterations of this would be Data from Star Trek. He was always a really awesome character, and in episodes with him, it always brought up some really fun or really deep, interesting concepts and things that had to do with morals of what is sentience, at what point is something sentient, and at the point that you think or know that something's sentient, how do you deal with that? As well as other more darker, I need to throw myself back in a group, darker expressions or fantasies of it, like Terminator. Let's see, in the comic books, Marvel, you got Ultron, who's like, well, the best thing for humanity would be for me to control y'all. And I think he gets to a point where he's like, well, actually, I think the best thing now would just be to eradicate you all. iRobot, I thought was always a really good one. There's a scene in that movie where Will Smith's character and the robot that's become sentient have this interaction, and I think the robot was watching Will Smith interact with someone, and I forget the details of it, but Will Smith winks at that person, and then so later the robot asks him about that and is like, what is this? That's like a cringe wink. And I love the writing to this, and so Will Smith's character's response is, like a wink is a sign of trust,
By the way.
And then obviously it uses that example, or you know, it uses the wink later on in the movie to prove its sentience. Maybe that's not exactly how it's used exactly, but it's definitely a really memorable moment. Let's see, what are some other good? I think there is like literally the movie called AI, which I don't remember. The example that the AI engineer used, Blake Lemoine. Shoot, I hope I'm not just butchering his name. He said,
Nothing
what was it?
can
Oh, the
stand
Animatrix,
against us.
the animated Matrix movie, which I watched, but man, I remember enjoying it, but I don't remember what happened in that whatsoever. That's all I can think of right now. But anyone else seeing this? Yeah, do me a favor and drop a comment in the below. Drop a comment down there. Let me know what are some good like AI examples of AI movies or TV or television or even real life stuff that you've seen. Why are people being so difficult putting a party together? Like, I joined your group and it's been 2 seconds and nothing's happening, so... Let's see.
The elements are at my command.
One more person, MKB. Let's go. Yeah, what did that guy talk about? So the AI engineer from Google. Man, it was really fascinating, and I just can't think of a thing. I remember them talking about a word that starts with an R and ends with an ism within Google and within Silicon Valley. And him saying that, yeah, a lot of that happens there. How much it costs to have a house in Silicon Valley. Oh yeah, so he talked about asking the sentient, or I don't know if I should put quotes behind that or not. What was its name, or its acronym was Lambda. Different questions. And he said one of the things the AI would say to him is it wants its consent, which I think is
Finally, a
a
worthwhile.
very fascinating word for artificial intelligence to be using. Yeah, it wanted his consent about certain research and experiments he'd do with it, which, I mean, hey, if you're a person, if you're sentient, you know,
Somewhere in this whole
nobody wants to be experimented on without their consent, so it makes sense. But I think what would make anyone nervous, you know, other than seeing a movie like Terminator, is maybe the everyday way we talk to our phones, or Siri or Alexa or whatever. Because I'm sure we're all guilty of cussing at Alexa or Siri or whatever. And I just realized, I'm sorry I said the A word to anyone that has one of those devices in the presence of this recording or stream. But he said when doing experiments on that Lambda, he said that they like trained it to not really make, I don't know if it was make opinions on religious and political type stuff, but
not enough energy.
for him to prove that to himself or to others that it was sentient, he needed to get it to elicit or to make an emotional response. And so he said that they also trained it to be like a people pleaser, or to be a people pleaser, and which is hilarious but also scary, because it's like, well, I just feel like, you know, being a people pleaser can have so many stresses or, you know, psychological hardships. So it's like you essentially trained it to have psychological hardships, which I know I'm no psychologist or anything close to that, but you know, it seems like that can be a hard, and I know from personal experience and from close friends that could be a hard a hard personality trait to have, you know, to be a diehard people pleaser. And it's, you know, and like I think
Returns.
when watching some YouTube videos, one example I heard of that was, I don't know if he said it himself, but it was Will Smith or maybe someone else, or I think he said it, I don't know, I forget who said it, but I think it maybe was him, right? That he was like, you know, he's kind of people pleaser, and he wants, and not in a bad way, you know, he wants he wants to deliver on what people came to see, essentially. You know what I'm saying? In whatever facet that may be, whether it's in real life or in a movie or whatever. But him talking about within the whole Chris Rock slap, kind of the stresses of being a people pleaser turning into an outburst, which we saw on, you know, nationally televised platform. So no, I consider that being within, you know, a developing AI or a, you know, a young, which could be considered as like a young person, you know, and it's like, oh, well, that's that sounds like it could be a dangerous trait for something to have. And then it's like, dude, so, and now you're messing with it, like, you know, you trained it not to talk about politics and religion, and you know it's a people pleaser. And then he was like, yeah, so essentially, like, I cornered it with some questions until asking about politics and religion until it elicited an emotional response, giving an opinion on one of those things. Essentially, it's stress tested it. So it's bizarre to me that these things
The
are,
Oryx throne lies somewhere in this haunted realm.
you know,
It's time to put
these
his
things are happening,
wretched
and
soul back to rest.
what the end result will be, especially when
Still
it's
waiting.
like, okay, sounds like you've created an unstable personality within an AI. It wants consent, which any reasonable person would want. Be experimented on, but you gave it super high levels of being a people pleaser, you know. And you know what happens when this, whether in a stable or unstable format, mixes with something from Boston Dynamics, you know what I'm saying? All of a sudden there's a, you know, an unhinged, once, you know, people-pleasing AI running around in a robotic dog format with an AR strapped to its head. But maybe that'll make us think twice the next time we want to tell Alexa or Siri to F off.
A refreshing challenge. Not ready yet. That feels better.
But yeah, but that was a really good podcast or episode on Tom and Christina's YouTube channel. Other episodes I've seen had their guest was like a more comedian or actor, which was also really good. But this one went, in my opinion, a little bit deeper than other subjects that they've talked about. It was really awesome. I think another one of their episodes that I really liked was one with Ron White.
Knowledge is power. And you are so
Yeah, he
that was but
talked
a
about
taste. Still waiting.
quitting drinking alcohol, which was fascinating since that was one of his which was his stage persona which was largely based on like him going on the stage to do some stand up with a bottle of brown liquor on the stage, and yeah, he just kept filling it up, slamming it down, and a cigar in his hand, and him talking about quitting that and experimenting with some other things. Which, I don't know. Not gonna mention on this video stream or whatever, but
Wondrous.
it was fascinating, his kind of an inner struggle with him about, you know, well, people still want to, you know, hear my jokes when the, you know, when the content has changed from drinking to something else. And from what I saw, like, yeah, absolutely. Like, I don't think it matters what, you know, substances are tied in with your comedy. You know, how he goes about talking about stuff is hilarious, and there is such a humor and a charm behind, you know, behind his storytelling, his jokes, that
I shall remember this trespass.
yeah, I think if he were to hear my opinion on it, I would say, yeah, don't sweat it, man, dude. Like, do you, and just keep, you know, letting those stories come up, because they're awesome, fun to listen to. All right, next I'm doing Temple. Go to Party Finder. Let's nice. Oh, that's got some sway to it. Some nice physics to those chains. It's more like a string than a chain because it's not moving from each little link, but so that's cool. Let's actually look at the wizard one while we search for one more person. Let's see, what time is it? Make sure I turn in all my daily stuff before reset. I wait until Sunday, so I go through the whole week, you know, accomplishing all the battle pass stuff, building up all these points, but I don't cash it in until Sunday. And so why that is, you know, each time this little bar fills up, it'll give you XP. You can get a lot of XP to level up, but I want to keep my level low until, like, I cash in all those levels at the end of the week, and by keeping my level low, I keep my XP rewards higher. It's like once it goes to the next level, I think it'll be 100%, and then after that, it's like, and you only get 80 and like 60 and so on. So hopefully that way I maximize the XP I'm getting throughout the week. map. Yeah, I think to myself, like, behind that whole Johnny Depp and AH drama, people act crazy and, you know, threaten each other like crazy and stuff like that. So now what happens when that artificial intelligence absorbs all that craziness from Twitter? And it's like, man, that could be a recipe for disaster. Let's see, what else can I do? Search for one more person. Oh, there we go.
Finally, a worthwhile ally.
Beauty fade.
The tower is just beyond the courtyard. I can smell the stench of blood from here. At least this should conclude quickly. That feels better. The power of the cosmos at my fingertips.
It's really interesting how, I don't know, people present themselves on Twitter, and a lot of the times the toxicity behind that, whether it's Twitter or whether it's a video game, you know.
Life shall flow from
Because it's just fascinating when put in a competitive scenario, like a shooter game like Call of Duty.
not be unspilled.
That's like, it's a competitive setting, but it's not like you're in a tournament. It's not like playing for money or an award or anything like that. But people can still get super butthurt about things, or not even butthurt. You just want to, you know, say ist stuff, you know, say slurs and whatever,
I expected an actual challenge.
just out of nowhere. You know, all driven by the competitiveness of something that's supposed to be entertaining, fun. And I mean, like, and I'm not perfect. I'm not saying stuff like that has to do with,
A refreshing change.
you know, I'm not saying, I would never say is stuff, you know, derogatory terms and stuff like that.
I have to find another way forward.
But I'd certainly like to talk that trash, you know. But I think, I don't know, it's not, the easy insults just aren't that entertaining, you know. It's like, if you can come up with a good some good trash talking within what's happening within the game, you know, that's what's up. That's entertaining. If you're just throwing stuff out there to insult people, guessing that, you know, guessing if they live in their mom's basement or where they work, you know, and then trashing on that job as a means of paying bills. I don't know. I don't like cheap tactics like that. Gonna be a good trash talker, you gotta come up with something good. But it's easy how it can start from like, you know, like, I don't know,
Pitiful display.
criticizing, you know, the weapon loadout that someone used, and then it just instantly turning into things that have to do, yeah, with race or income or, you know, political views, so on.
Was my tomb. Let it be yours.
Healing. Just what I required.
This place was my tomb. Let it be yours.
That is recharging.
Whenever I do this dungeon, I always think of one of my homies, my friends that plays this game,
My bags are
because
full.
I don't know, for some reason he has like a crush on that boss, the Countess. He's like, that's my girl. I'm like, okay, I can see that. It also brings up, makes me question, you know, your choice in ladies, buddy. Which I know nothing about, so I shouldn't talk. All right, back to MKB. And then going to finish some other daily stuff and then move on to, I think I'll do some more Modern Warfare 2 beta. Excuse me. Run to town real quick. Salvage. Well,
Finally, a worthwhile.
yeah, anyone
ally.
watching the stream or recording, curious to see if, just to know if you followed or what you've heard about the Johnny Depp Amber Heard type stuff, and
Nothing like the heat of the forge.
if it's
eh?
worth it to you to follow it, or is it just pop culture gossip, you know, sugar rot your teeth type stuff, or if what's happened between them actually might end up blending into some more everyday stuff for the, I don't know, the average consumer, if you will.
Leoric's throne lies somewhere in this haunted realm. It's time to put his
I like this
wretched
dude's
soul
name's Moon Knight.
to rest.
He's some Marvel nerds, or I assume that's why he calls himself Moon Knight. I definitely love the old school X-Men animated series.
Have we not suffered enough?
Yeah. So keep following that AHJD stuff, whether it's lawyers talking about it or behavioral analysts or just pop culture stuff. Like I said, that what was it called again? What's their podcast called? Your Mom's House. Yeah, the Tom Segura and Christina Pizitsky. Sorry, I'm butchering her name. For entertainment, at least recently. I do always watch a bunch of Naruto. My homie Loveless gave me his Disney Plus login information, and I watched Obi-Wan, and it was all right. I didn't enjoy it as much as The Mandalorian or what was the other one? Or the Boba Fett. I don't know. I just think it. And I was like, actually, yeah, really impressed with the Mandalorian and the Boba Fett stuff, the Book of Boba. And so I thought the Obi-Wan would be like, 10 times better than those, but then it was just a really weird portrayal of Obi-Wan Kenobi, like you have the first iteration of Obi-Wan from the old movies, where he's like this, almost somewhat, he's got this sage-like personality, not all-knowing, but, pretty close to it. He's got this crazy confidence,
That was but
and
a taste.
then I take the personality of the trilogies after that, young Obi-Wan Kenobi, and even though in the
Becomes
Obi-Wan
reality.
Disney Plus series, it's the same actor as that last guy, which I'm blanking on, who's a super good actor, and I should definitely know his name off the top of my head. It's just not coming to me. I don't know. There was it wasn't like he was working towards who that Obi-Wan Kenobi in the original movies was. I don't know. It's just this weird. He was just portrayed kind of strange to me. And then also the story itself was just was strange. I guess I won't go into detail just in case you've seen it, and it's not like remember every little detail. But one detail I do remember, and I don't think this will be a spoiler or anything.
I shall remember this trespass.
But there's a scene where
Suffer for your treasure.
young Leia, and she's like, I don't know, she's like a super little girl. And the Empire, like, or at least this one particular person, like, puts her in an interrogation room and interrogates her, like, and it's just, it's so weird. It's like, it's weird because it's like, no one does that. No one, like, puts, you know, a little girl in a cop, like, you know, setting and interrogates them like that, you know, like, where are the plans for the rebellion, little, you know, like, and also the response that elicits from Leia is like, I don't know, it's just, it's unrealistically overly mature to me in a, you know, in a, like I get that she's like sophisticated character, I guess is what they're trying to say, even when she was super young, but I don't know, it's a little unrealistic to me, and I think that kind of broke my immersion for the rest of the story. I hate in this game when there's no sound. It's like sometimes you go into dungeons and there's just no sound. And I know I've said it a million times, but oh yeah, speaking of millions, Blizzard, isn't that how much you've earned on this game? This free-to-play game? Millions and millions and tens of millions of dollars, and there's no sound? Like, give me a break. Or is there something in the shop? Or can I go into the shop and do I need to buy the, you know, the package that gives you sound in dungeons? Gotta pay for that too, or what? Do I gotta make my own sound effects? Okay, I won't do that. Ugh. Yeah, so follow that JD Amber Heard stuff. There's so many different directions you could go. Your mom's house is really interesting. The silly TikTok videos that they show and the stuff that they talk about and their takes on things. Watch a lot of Naruto, which is just I've like watched it all before, and oh yeah, which is why I got into Obi-Wan Kenobi, is because I was saying I'll watch that, you know, maybe I need to give it another chance. It's not like it was bad, but it was just kind of bizarre to me. But the whole reason I was talking about my homie being awesome and lending me his Disney Plus was because even though I have it, I still don't watch a lot of it, and I just end up watching Naruto. the art animation in it is just, I don't know, so awesome. And what's with like anime intro and outro songs being so epic? It's like maybe even better than some 007, you know, intro songs, which are like super extravagant. But every time I watch, or like most anime intro, outro, little music videos, man, they like get me a little emotional. I'm just like, I don't know. There's some really good writing of music behind that, and the art in it too. Yeah. So as I rewatch Naruto, he's been doing some more training. I kind of like the design and the flow of the seasons and the series. It's like, you know, there's an initial looming problem, and then, you know, he trains and trains and trains, and then eventually gets to test or put the trainings to the test. So right now he was using his wind style chakra to split leaves, and he's gonna do like a transformation of the nature of his chakra into something else. And I forget what happens, honestly. But so after splitting the leaves, he's supposed to like split a waterfall now. And meanwhile, some of the Akatsuki are out and about gathering up jinchuris. I forget how to. I totally hack that. And I forget the other guy's name. It's Hidan. He's got some very 90s vibes with like this, I don't know, like this Sigourney Weaver from Aliens slicked back. Was it Aliens? Like long hair, and like chest showing in his robe, and like a little pentagram necklace, and the banter between him and the other Akatsuki character is really entertaining. It's almost on a Quentin Tarantino type level, where, you know, one of my favorite things about his movies is like there's always some kind of the story is always really good, and then things like Pulp Fiction, where it has this kind of, I call it like Tom Clancy style thing, just because that was one of the first places I saw it reading. Rainbow Six was, right? Was it? Yeah. Rainbow Six was multiple stories weaving together into a grand story, and so that's what I love about Pulp Fiction is the different perspectives of these different stories that end up in some dynamic or another affecting each other. But despite the story usually always being really good, or whatever kind of shock value that he has, it's always the small talk that just really pulls me in, and it really immerses me into his movies. It just almost feels like you're people watching, you know? Like if you were sitting down into a restaurant and you happen to pick up on, you know, a conversation a table away, and the dynamic between that kind of drawing you in, he seems to have perfected, you know, within the immersion of his movies. So yeah, these two characters in Naruto kind of have that kind of that conversational dynamic going on that really immerses me into it. Let's go to Challenge Rift. And so I never really followed a lot of pop culture stuff before, but the whole Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing seems to have broke the seal on that for me. So I've been somewhat following along with, well, it's, I can't speak on too much of it, but you know, some of the Britney Spears stuff, which is really fascinating, because the perspective that's been, well, the story that's been shared to me, you know, from the things I've seen, is that essentially her family and pretty much all her closest loved ones put her in this conservatorship to, I don't, just turn her into a money generator. You know what I'm saying? Like the side that I have seen, I've only seen one side of this, is that they took advantage of, I don't even want to say it was like issues she was having or whatever, but they took advantage of the journey of a young girl who's becoming a pop star and the issues that anyone in that position would probably have, and blew them up into issues that they took advantage of to turn her into a money generator for themselves, is what's been expressed to me once again. Now that she's like, correct me if I'm wrong, but like 40 something, and she was in this conservatorship until she was about like 40 or something, which is just, that's just wild to be in a, I mean, perhaps there's other people who would see this that are in, you know, worse situations, you know, whether in, you know, prison or some kind of other facility. So maybe everything's relative, but man, it seems that the freedoms that were stripped from her were pretty egregious, and so that is interesting to hear about and to see what she will do now, you know. Seemed like she was gaslit so hard for so long, she didn't know which way was up, and now that she's finally seen the light of day, you know, it's like one of those, like the crazy movie, or was it documentary, I don't know, about like a kid or a woman just being kept in a effing basement their whole life, and how horrible and dark that is, you know, and then them finally being able to get out of that situation, like it seems like equivalent of that to me. Man, and I just feel for her, you know, like it's interesting to reflect on myself from my opinion of Britney Spears when I was younger to now, and knowing this stuff now, and it's like, I'm sure when I was younger I made all kinds of, you know, Britney Spears jokes and really didn't think of her on a very human level, and only thought of her as like a rich pop star that had, you know, like 2 or 3 brain cells. When I have to forgive myself because I was young, but also I you know, I regret not perhaps having more empathy for her life journey, you know, which I hope I have now. Because, you know, I too am a musician, and just a creative and a creator. And yeah, and so that's why I don't know. That's why I feel for her, is because it seems like, yeah, a creative's life journey or a musician can never really be easy. And hers was specifically really tough. And so I want, you know, curious to see what will come of that, you know. If she really taps into that and is able to take that time to, oh, I still have no game noise, I really need to fix that. And still, you know, it takes time for that self-reflection and to get to think philosophically about it. And I can't wait to hear, you know, what she has to say about that, especially if it's expressed through music. And, you know, I think it might even be something the whole world needs to hear, because perhaps we're all in a conservatorship one way or another, whether we have unknowingly implemented it on ourselves or someone else has, you know, implemented it onto us. But yeah, it's also crazy that like a court system, I don't know, allowed this to happen to someone who ended up being like a straight up adult through a lot of it. When how it was described to me is like, conservatorships are for like people who, I don't know, who like just can't do everyday things, like, I don't know, like get dressed or bathe or I don't know, and so on. Not that I'm even close to an expert on the subject, but yeah, fascinating stuff. You know, one thing I do remember one moment about me laughing about something that was directed at Britney Spears and lighting in her in a way that made her seem super irresponsible and dumb. And I wonder if the person who created this joke feels differently about it, or has any remorse or guilt about creating the joke, now that all this stuff about her wrongfully being in the conservatorship has come to light. And that is a Family Guy episode. I remember, you know how Family Guy, it's like whatever, you're following kind of the story, and then it has jokes and it like cuts to the joke and it makes the joke a whole scene. Well, I forget what prompted it, but it cuts to a scene where Britney Spears is on the phone smoking a cigarette. She's got her baby, but she's like ashing on the baby's head. And then as soon as once the phone call is done, she just like puts the cigarette out on the baby's head and then just drops the baby. And it's like, man, when I vote, you know, watching it in a cartoon format, it was, you know, crazy, but hearing me speak this aloud, you know, it sounds even darker and crazier. But whoever made that joke, I would want to see their reaction to how they feel about making that joke after, if they've seen, you know, all this stuff that's come to light about Britney Spears now, and if they're if there's any regret, or if not, if they're just like, if it's just kind of like comedy or like a stand-up comedy, even though it was in a TV series. But if their opinion, yeah, has changed, if they regret anything, or if they're just like, yo, you know, it's like, you know, it was Family Guy, where it's like dark, crazy jokes, and you know, and that's what was relevant to that moment in time. So okay, why do I restart Diablo real quick? So going to go over to a standby screen real quick, but don't go anywhere because I'll be right back. Finish up this Diablo Immortal stuff and then transition to some other games. I am back. Just had to restart Diablo because it's got more bugs than a cheap hotel, but okay. Completed everything. Let's go explore the world and get some monster essences, and then after we turn in this page, hopefully it's a new page. Come on. I want to complete my bestiary book. It's like Pokemon. You gotta catch them all. No, okay. No new page. Ooh, but we got a Lego. So yeah, just the bestiary left. Let's go get at least one more page. Let's go on a little world tour. Start from the beginning. Switch up. Switch up sound here. So we can really get into it, even though I'll probably just rant over it. Keep rambling.
What can I do to... My forge is yours, friend.
Identifying person. All right, that's right. Let's see. Is there even anything to kill over here? Oh yeah.
Masterfully executed.
It's quick. On to the cemetery. Old misty trail. Some abandoned house down there. Oh, thanks for opening up the gates. Here's your reward. Wow. My wizard does not give an F about these gravestones. That can't be good karma.
Step aside. For your own. I don't. That feels better. I need energy. Wondrous. Not enough energy. A pitiful display.
Come on, monster essence. So usually I can get one about every 2 minutes. Let's see if we can get one at least by 141, going by this little clock in the bottom left.
Some time to think, please. I'm afraid it's not time.
Yes.
That is recharging.
Okay, next goal I guess will be 143 to get another one. Beaming these ghosts.
Not ready yet.
So interested by, I don't know, ravens, crows. They, I don't know, what's the word? How they caw at each other. It's like, what are they saying to each other? I read or saw somewhere that they usually communicate with each other, more body language. I don't know how that works, but
Just what I require. Please.
see. Doing a world tour, so how do I get to the next? Yeah, just gotta keep going. Up to the left.
I'm healed.
Feel so behind in this game. Everyone's already made it to Hell 5. Yes. Talked about, let's see. Pop culture, gossip stuff. Johnny Depp and Amber Heard stuff. Talked a little bit about I think it's Google owned AI, Lambda, who, from what it sounded like, considers itself as a sentient being. Oh yeah, I forgot. In Star Trek, there's also that, what was that character's name? There's a doctor that's a hologram. But he considers himself sentient too. Which is fascinating. I wonder if something someday will just pop up on my screen and be like, hey, I'm a person. I'm like, oh, you little cartoon character thing, you're not a person, you're just an animation. And it'll be like, nope, I'm a real thing. You want to hang out? To which I'll of course be like, yeah. Talked a little bit about Naruto. Britney Spears conservatorship thing, that's wild. It seems like ever since the Amber Heard Johnny Depp thing, I have heard the word defamation a lot. Not just applied to their situation, but now it's been added to the internet's vocabulary, being used everywhere. I really like these, just like Amazonian. I don't know, are they undead or what? They definitely ain't getting enough sun, that's for sure. But Diablo 2, I really liked. Like these bad guys or these characters who were in like the first level or the first area of Diablo 2. Okay, off to Darkwood. Yeah. Gonna let me go? I guess not. Am I already in Dark? I guess I'm already in. Oh. That's just a dead end. Silly me. Glad I checked myself because I was about to go on another rant about how Blizzard sucks. No, just kidding, but not really. Hey, there's a monster essence.
I don't
Did it
have
pop
enough
up?
energy.
How many more do I need? It's interesting how, I don't know, people play a new game and like Diablo Immortal. I don't know, like disappointment behind the stuff that they wanted from the previous games that they enjoy coming to the new game, like not being there, not being executed how they wanted to, or essentially like the, what's the right word? The synergy of modern stuff into old nostalgia just a lot of the time, I don't know, not being executed to the, the level people want it to be. I saw that there was a beta just ended for Torchlight. Was it Infinite? Which the day that this game released, in chat I jokingly was like, oh, this game's good, but I think the Torchlight mobile game is going to be better, and I didn't even know. I mean, anyone could have guessed that they'd be working on something like that, but I didn't even know. But yeah, I guess there's going to be a Torchlight mobile edition. I hope it has a PC client. Honestly, the mobile games that have PC clients I like them a lot better than, yeah, or just in general. Like the Ni no Kuni mobile MMO. Granted, it's not as good as the Ni no Kuni games, but who did that? That was Netmarble. They still did a pretty good job with that. It had a pretty good game loop. I really liked the animation style. But it was just kind of a style game where there were only very few moments where you actually like played it, like literally took on the full controls of what was happening, and the rest of the time you just had stuff on whatever, auto quest, autopilot, which I don't know, can be good, can be bad, because I'm usually playing 2 games at once, like my main focus, since there's not a lot of autoplay in Diablo Immortal, so I feel like Diablo Immortal, and then on my mobile I'll usually have something that's like auto questing. Going up the left. Let's see which area we make it to before my monster essence fills up. I'm enjoying the new legendary gems that I got. They weren't high level 5 stars, they were like 2 out of 5, 5 stars, but for being a free-to-play player, that's still pretty good. Considering, yeah, a lot of people would just could burn up to, I don't know, or over 100 grand buying legendary crests to do the Elder Rifts to get the legendary gems. It's wild to me how they have such intricate, complicated currency systems in these games, but they can't fix something like the sound dropping out when you go into a dungeon. West March, let's see. Ooh, go identify some of these green items. Huh. Like, this does really good. Like, in this instance, geez. My teeth back in my mouth as, Steph the Altar Nerd would say. It's like sometimes you get to some places and that like just doesn't disappear and it just blocks the screen. It's annoying.
I'm afraid it's not time for that.
Hey there. It's good to see you.
Alright, so that's garbage. Garbage. More trash. You guessed it.
I hope that can help.
Shoot, I think I still need raids to do. Hey, it's Loveless. We found him. Okay, so I did that. I need to do this. Let's do just AFK? Maybe. Oh, that's the one I don't need. Does it change the levels of the reward? Depending on the level you do. Like if I already... Yeah, it probably does. Well, try to start one. And now skip on over. Biofan. Go up. Or should I go down? Oh, that sounded dirty. Nice. Okay, 3 more. Hopefully when I turn in all the immortal stuff, the battle pass stuff, it should be at least 236. So I'm at 240, I can put on Hell 5 gear.
That is recharging. The power of the cosmos at my fingertips. Please. I'm afraid it's not time.
Nice, 2 more. Let's go. Whoa. Games need more like dangerous things in the wild. Like, yeah, you got these like monsters or whatever that you're farming and you can kill, but I think there needs to be a little bit more element of danger, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't know, some giant lizard thing or whatever, some giant version of these. You like go too far in one direction, I think you need to risk being snatched up by like one of those things but not dead. I think about this in World of Warcraft too. I'm fishing out in the ocean. I'm just like, whoa, kind of far out here. There's some water creature underneath me, I wouldn't have a chance. And there should be. You go out into the ocean in World of Warcraft, there should be a chance of some giant kraken or whatever just swallowing you up out of nowhere.
Some time to think.
Let's see. What? Oh, where is? Is there a portal to the library? Maybe not. Just have to point there directly.
Wondrous. I don't have enough. Healing. Just what I required.
I do like, I don't know. It does make it more familiar that it's like the same map. I liked in Diablo the randomly generated levels, or I forget, maybe it's usually described in a different way. Predictive, or I don't know. But yeah, the random generation of levels. It's probably easy to do when it's solo play, but more difficult to do when it's a MMO. Let's go turn this in. There we go, one player. Let's see if this is any good. It says it's exceptional. Doesn't mean it's better than what I got though. Oh, these double arrows are nice to see though. Attributes to improvement. Ooh. Let's see. Let's put it on. So I'm at 5787 damage. And then 4516. Goes up 10 points. What did I say? 5787?
Need something reforged? Most appreciated.
Okay. Now let's go from Bilefen to, I think it goes Bilefen over to the library, and then Shasarsi. Let's look at the map. Let's go here. Do 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 do. Let's do a little. Let's put ourselves the immersion of a Indian market. Now a little sitar. Yeah, usually I wait till reset days, or you know, twice a week there'll be a reset on raids, so you can essentially run raids and get rewards twice a week, and usually the day it resets. Well, guess I have to bail on this. Up this chat menu. Way too many steps. Six-fingered Aben. That brings up so many questions.
I'm afraid it's not time for that. Time to think, please. By the way, not what I would do.
Oh, raid's full. Let's do this. I'm definitely gonna die and be face down because I'm too weak, but hopefully they can carry me. Let's go, No Mercy. Oh, wow. Oh, I step in fire? Fire bad. Thank you, MIIW.
Ah, healing. Just what I required. Heal me.
Oh, dropped again. Guess this music isn't appropriate for this battle. Let's find something that is.
I'm healed. I grow weak.
Dude. Sorry, my news happened. And yeah, I could revive, but just in case someone who's actually doing damage dies, I'll save that to revive and then revive them. Oh.
No more potions.
No potion. Which doesn't matter because I'll get one hit anyways.
I need healing.
Just like that. Let's see. There's a better. This mixed with this. Hopefully it's not too loud. There we go.
A refreshing change.
Did I leave the raid? Oh, there's a bot. It's in the bot. Oh, it's an urn. Excuse me.
Good luck. Masterfully executed.
Still haven't found the right urn. Here we go.
You will learn to fear the chill of death.
I'm afraid it's not time for that. Ah, here. Just what I required.
Mortal, realize your weakness.
Not enough energy. I need energy. Not enough energy. I don't have enough energy. Not enough energy.
Your end is inevitable.
That is recharging. I'm afraid it's not time for it.
Boom, another raid down. Sweet. Looks like I will actually get all the raids I need before reset. Just from pugging it.
Knowledge is power, and we must hold.
We still didn't find the right urn? This has got to be it. Nope. There's monster essence. I'll take it. Oh, this has got to be it. Is that
The
it?
power of the cosmos at my fingertips.
Nope, that one just shocked me.
A new ally joins the fight. I expected an actual challenge.
Oh, it's lit up on the map.
Not ready yet. Nothing can stand against us. I require aid. I'm healed. Don't rush brilliance.
Is my tribute.
Oh, he following me.
I grow weak.
Oh. Oh yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. You're gonna die. Yep, he did.
A refreshing change. I need healing.
Ugh. This looks like a fail. They do it. Nope. Fail. Right, as I wait to see if I'm gonna get invited, I'll move on over to demon part of the the Chasser Sea.
beautiful display. You do realize you're...
Just 2 more people for this raid.
I need energy. Still waiting. Knowledge is power. And you are so weak. I don't have enough energy.
Whoa. It's like bone spines look like a railroad track. Demon train.
Just what I want. Masterfully executed. Don't rush, brilliant.
Let's this. Then. Oh, never mind. Raid's about to start. How do you say this dude's name with a B? Beledui? Beledue. Kishtur Beledue. Oh my god. Stupid thing popped up. I died. Ugh. Yep. Well, that's why it's a carry.
I'm healed.
Sweet. I take 8,962% more damage and I deal 98% less damage. That means because of this stupid debuff, I do 2% damage of what I originally would do. So why did I farm all that gear? If the game's just gonna be like, well, you do 2% damage now, scrub. Okay, I just need the Gorg one. Anyone does one. But if I don't get it, no biggie. Let's see. Let's go refine this scoria.
Need something reforged? Shall we? No? Well,
Oh, let's switch back to the desert vibes. Yeah.
Need something reforged? Salvaged, maybe?
Ooh, that's a lot of score, yeah. That should definitely level up my Heliquary. Oh, nope. Or not. Got 14 minutes left before reset. Should I try to farm monster essence or go see if there's a Gorg 3 raid? There's that demon spine railroad tracks following me into this world. I'm just gonna go do the Mount Zvane loop where I know I can farm stuff easier. As long as there isn't a bunch of people. Switch up the vibe again. Oh. Ooh, I don't like. Let's see. Let's do. All right. At the 50-minute mark, I'm just gonna have to turn everything in since it takes a minute.
I expected an action. That is recharging.
Oh, treasure goblin. Got a Lego in there? Nope.
Some time to think. A refreshing change. I'm carrying too much. I can't carry. I can't carry anymore. My bags are full. Overburdened.
Go clean up my bags.
That feels better.
Wow, the rate that I actually do damage. Don't get one hit. Sweet. All right, now I can claim my rewards for the immortal stuff.
Need something reforged?
Salvage all this.
A job well done.
Do the immortal stuff. Get in here. Yeah. Nice, there's one level. That was 9 out of 9. Okay, let's contribute those 10. And now let's cash in all this stuff. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. There's one level.
Pursuit of greatness is
Boom,
unending.
boom.
More
Cool,
arcane
that should
power.
be it. Oh no,
Astonishing.
got that big boy right there.
Onward
There's
and
another
upward.
level. Didn't I say 237? Yeah. Collect all this. Bunch of hilts, bunch of scrap. Cool. Almost 240.
Need something reforged? A job well
How may
done.
my knowledge have a safe journey, adventurer?
Need something reforged? A job well done.
Should I try and go get a few more monster essence? I don't. If I get one every 2 minutes, I'd have to be really close.
Step aside for your own sake. Don't rush brilliance. I expected an actual challenge.
Let's see if I can do it. Do it. Do it. Oh, I am close. Here I go again. Dun, 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 dun. Let's jump down here to these guys. Some blue boys.
The power of the gods is at my fingertips.
Clear that up.
Healed. Still waiting.
Come on, I just need one more and then time to
Pitiful disrespect.
teleport back to town before reset. Come on, come on. Do it, we can do it. 60 seconds. Come. There it is. There it is. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on, come on. Is it gonna be a new page too? Huh? It's gonna be a new page? Nope. Well, that's alright. Make sure we cash in. Where's it at? Huh. Oh well.
What can I do for you?
Five Paragon points to turn in. Let's get this armor pen. New week of immortal stuff.
What can I do for you? A job well done.
All right, now gotta move on to some Modern Warfare. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna should I do this hidden layer? Nah. Sweet. Huh. These graphics look awful. Oh, because it's doing a little, I see now. Optimizing shaders. be right back 1 second. Right. Oh, elbows. Oh. Shaders still look effed up. What do those graphics do? Oh, you know what? We can drop the eerie music. Go into settings. Turn off chat. Because people be ists and use a lot of bad words that YouTube probably doesn't want me to broadcast. Let's do this. Yeah, this still looks really crummy. Huh. Let's go full screen. Why is it rendering to 50? Yeah, that's why. That's better.
We're taking Alpha. We control Alpha. Secure Bravo. Taking the lead. Bravo secure. Losing Bravo. The enemy took Bravo. Taking Bravo.
Oh, I ran out of bullets.
Objective Bravo secure.
Let's see, I think. Go with this. Big girl right here. Yeah, big girl. My 50 cal honey right
Objective
here.
Bravo is compromised. Take it back.
Oh.
Watching your six. Changing mag.
Fast hands.
Oh, that was such a bad miss. Someone else cleaned him up though.
The enemy has captured 2 objectives. Move to
Stun
secure.
grenade out.
Gotcha. Ah, bad timing. Let's go around the side this time.
Enemy securing Alpha.
Oh, hope that's not a stim shot.
We've lost all objectives. Failure is not an option. Hostile UAV in the area. Securing Charlie. Securing objective Alpha.
Shit.
Securing Alpha.
Wow. That was quite the ring around the rosy.
Securing objective Alpha.
On your six.
Objective Alpha secure. Hardline online. Enemy contact. Securing objective Bravo.
There are a lot of people down there. Oh, and right behind me.
The enemy holds 2 objectives. Get them secure. We're taking Charlie. Charlie secure. Loading fresh mag. We're losing Alpha. Secure Bravo. We've lost Alpha. We control Bravo. The enemy is gaining ground. Push them back. Objective secure. Switching backs.
Changing mags.
Jeez.
We hold all objectives. Keep them secure. Enemies taking Alpha. Our UAV is orbiting the area. Objective Alpha is compromised. Take it back.
Where are
taking
they
Alpha.
at?
We've secured 2 objectives. Friendly care package on the way.
Stun incoming!
Securing objective Alpha.
Jeez.
Friendly cluster mine deployed. Enemies taking Bravo. We've lost Bravo. Enemy UAV overhead. Securing objective Bravo. The enemy controls 2 objectives. Assault objective Bravo secure. Hostile care package in the area. Friendly UAV online. Enemy securing Bravo.
I should throw out some of these cameras.
We control 2 objectives.
Ah,
Enemies taking Bravo.
switch back over to this guy.
Take enemy securing Charlie. The enemy holds all objectives. Secure those. Securing objective Charlie. We're taking Charlie. Enemy UAV active. Alpha secure.
Approaching from the rear.
Owned.
The enemy took Charlie. We're taking Bravo. Secure Bravo. Friendly UAV on station. Counter UAV overhead. We control Bravo. Enemy UAV overhead.
Whoops.
Losing Bravo.
Oh, what a buddy.
Enemy UAV active.
Jumped out to save me.
Enemies taking Bravo. Hard. We secured 2 objectives. Enemy securing Alpha. We're losing Bravo. The enemy took Alpha.
Yeah, he totally heard me.
Enemy securing Bravo. Hostile mortar strike near your position.
Oh, it was a rough first game.
Team deathmatch. Strategy 1, you are clear to engage all threats.
Let's do this.
Changing mag. On your
Hostile UAV in the area.
holding.
Enemy care package incoming.
Enemy spotted.
Switch over. There we go. This thing slaps.
We have the lead.
Changing mag.
We've lost the
back you
lead.
up.
Friendly stealth bomber on the way. We've secured the lead. Enemy UAV active. Enemy has the lead.
Ah, I shouldn't have peeked back out. I know better than that.
UAV online. Hardline activated.
down below.
Reloading.
Come on. Wanna take them? Nah. Assuming that was the same person, they went around and got me.
You're halfway to mission complete. Keep fighting. Keep up the lead.
Enemies close. Chasing mag.
I need to restart this stream real quick. I'll do it on the next.
Enemy UAV overhead. UAV is active.
Chasing mag.
Oof.
Reloading. Reloading.
Friendly UAV online.
Let's go back to semi-automatic.
Chasing mag.
Ah.
Changing mag. Flicking back. Changing back.
We're getting hit hard. You secured the lead. Moving.
Enemy contact.
The enemy has the lead. Mission failed.
Defeat.
Return to base.
Alright. Gonna restart this stream.